harassed and forcibly evicted from their homes without the benefit of a court order. Their access to the road access to their homes were barricaded, and their water connection was deliberately destroyed. The Committee on Justice is supposed to investigate the matter, but unfortunately, because of the health emergency, the investigation was put to hold. However, sometime in the first week of April, the major Meralco transformer supplying electricity to the residents of Pangarap suddenly exploded with apparent unknown reasons, affecting the power supply in all houses in the Pangarap village, affecting the 40,000 people residing in the said place. The residents brought it to the attention of Meralco, but the Meralco service crew who responded to the call were denied access by armed security personnel of Carmel Development Incorporated. These security personnel were armed to the teeth with high-powered firearms. Even the local government and the police were denied entry to the village. Hanggang sa ngayon po, tapos na po ang MECQs period sa Metro Manila, wala pa rin pong kuryente at tubig ang 40,000 mga mamamayan ng Pangarap Village sa lungsod ng Caloocan, putting them more vulnerable to the virus infection of COVID-19.
Sabi niya, dapat last Thursday.
Ang sabi po natin sa ating mga mamamayan, observe personal hygiene, maghugas ng kamay madalas. Pero sa Pangarap po, hindi lang kamay ang kanilang hindi nahugasan. Pending the investigation of the Justice Committee, I implore before you to sympathize with the residents, lalo na po yung mga bata. 90% po ng mga nakatira sa Pangarap ay mahihirap. Kulang na sa pagkain, kulang sa kabubuhay, wala pang tubig, wala pang kuryente. Isipin na lang po natin, tayo mismo, meron po tayo maayos na mga tahanan. May nakakain po tayo, kahit paano hindi tayo kinakapos sa buhay, pero nahihirapan tayo dito po sa epekto ng quarantine. Isipin na lang po natin, yung 40,000 mahihirap na gutom na mga mamamayan, walang tubig, walang kuryente. Walang puso kung sino man ang gumagawa nito. I am therefore pleading to this chamber that we ask the Interagency Task Force on COVID-19 to make use of its emergency power to compel Meralco, Maynilad, and Carmel Farms Incorporated to install the residents' electricity and water connection. They are paying clients of Meralco and Maynilad before their utilities were cut. Mga kasama, tanging ang Kongreso na ito, kung tayo po ay kikilos para hikayatin ang IATF upang makialam, gamitin ang emergency powers na ibinigay natin sa pamahalaan upang magkaroon po kahit papano ng kaginhawahan ang buhay ng 40,000 mga mamamayan ng Pangarap sa lungsod ng Caloocan. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I therefore respectfully move that the House of Representatives enjoin the IATF on COVID-19 to look into this and immediately direct Meralco and WSS to install and restore said utilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my dear colleagues.
Mr. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the gentleman from Caloocan. May I be recognized, Mr. Speaker?
Majority Leader, you want to recognize,
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Belmonte for his manifestation.
Thank you very
Congressman
much.
Belmonte is recognized.
I understand at the end, towards the end of his privileged speech, the gentleman from Caloocan made a motion. Considering the necessity of taking care of those people, I would like to second this motion, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Majority Leader. So that is a manifestation seconded by Congressman Belmonte. Am I
Mr.
correct?
Speaker,
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Majority Leader,
motion to suspend for a minute.
just suspended.
The motion joins the motion of the Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the motion of Honorable Erice.
Seconded by the
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The motion of the Majority Leader is approved. Majority Leader.
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, I move to recognize the Honorable Ferdinand Gaite from the party list Bayan Muna for his interpellation.
Congressman Gaite is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Sa ating kagalang-galang at kapita-pitagang kinatawan ng 2nd District ng Caloocan, Congressman Edgar Egay Erice, pahintulutan ba ng ang ating kinatawan na magkaroon lang ng konting clarification hinggil sa motion hinggil sa pag-restore ng kuryente sa Barangay Pangarap sa Caloocan para sa kapakanan na rin ng 40,000 na mamamayan sa naturang lugar.
Kinagagalak ko po, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po. Kung di nyo po tatanungin, nagkaroon kami ng pagkakataon na makapunta rin dito sa Barangay Pangarap. Malaking komunidad, tama po. At bagamat ito ay relatively nasa malapit sa kalunsuran, ay parang parang rural area yung setting. Maganda pero may community na karamihan sa kanila ay matagal nang naninirahan. Tama po ba ang pagkaintindi ko sa 40,000 na mga mamamayan ngayon, mahigit isang buwan na wala silang kuryente at tubig, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Opo, simula po yung tubig po, mga 2 buwan na, yung pong kuryente po, mahigit 1 buwan na. Sa katunayan po, deliberately na sinira yung tubo ng Maynilad. Kaya po, hindi po ito tumutuloy sa mga tahanan. Sa halip, yung tubig po ay nasasayang dahil ito po ay tumutulo lamang po dun sa lupa, sa mga kanal, sa Pangarap. At ang tawag po dyan, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, wastage na binabayaran nating lahat na consumers ng Maynilad.
Maraming salamat po dun sa inyong piniliwanag na kalagayan na walang kuryente, walang tubig, na tama yung observation nyo. Sa panahon ng pandemic, hindi ho ba ang isa sa mga iniutos ngayon ay yung sinasabi ng personal hygiene? yung madalas na paghuhugas ng kamay. Paano ngayon natitiyak ng ating mga 40,000 na mga mamamayan dito na mamiminimize sila o mababawasan yung infection kung mismo ang tubig ay wala, no? Alam ko na kahit tayo sa ating mga tahanan, pag nawalan ng tubig, ako, napakasakit ang ulo. Ito, isang buwan na walang tubig. Paano nakakaagapa yung ating mga kasamahan dito sa Barangay Pangarap, Mr. Speaker?
Ako nga po yung mahanga sa tapang at lakas loob ng mga mamamayan ng Pangarap. Alam niyo po, nakita ko kung saan sila umigib sa labas mismo ng village nila. Napakalayo, yung iba naman po, walang mga sasakyan, kaya binubuhat po nila yung napakabigat ng mga balde ng tubig papunta sa kanilang mga tahanan na alam ko po na hindi naman sasapat sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na pangangailangan. Pangalawa po, sa kuryente, meron po mga enterprising na nagbebenta ng kuryente na nanggagaling sa mga generators. Ito po ay binibenta sa kanila sa halagang 80 piso sa isang araw. Mahirap na nga ang buhay, wala nga ng kita, wala ng pagkain. Para po magkaroon ng sandaling supply ng kuryente, kailangan pa po magbayad ng 80 piso kada araw.
Maraming salamat po, no? At alam naman natin, nabanggit nyo na talaga yung problema ng pandemic, yung hindi lang sa panahon ng pandemic, yung kahalagahan ng tubig. Sa marami sa atin na pag nangungupahan ng bahay, ang unang tanong natin, malakas ba yung tubig? Pero ngayon, isang buwan na walang tubig at talagang isang malaking pabigat para sa ating mga mamamayan ng Barangay Pangarap. Doon sa usapin ng kuryente, ang isa rin na naalala ko na in-issue ng IATF ay subukan rin yung mga iba-ibang tinatawag na flexible work arrangements. At ang isa dyan, yung sinasabing work from home. Sa ating mga mag-aaral, gagamit daw ang Department of Education ng radyo, TV, kung may internet at iba pa. Paano magagamit ito kung walang kuryente doon sa naturang lugar? Paano ka makakapag-work from home na using online systems? Paano ka makakapag-aral kung mismo yung kailangang radyo, computer, cellphone, TV na nangangailangan ng kuryente, paano may papatupad dito mga policies nito kung mismo yung basic necessities ay wala, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Yan nga po yung panaghoy ng mga libo-libong mamamayan ng Pangarap. Bakit napapayagan ito sa panahon ngayon ng pandemya? Tila ba wala na bang pamahalaan na pwedeng makatulong sa kanila? Tila ba yung mga nasa pribadong sektor ay wala ng puso na pwedeng gawin ito sa kanila sa ganitong mga panahon? Kaya nga po hinihiling ko at nagpapasalamat naman po ako sa ating mga kasama dito sa Mababang Kapulungan sa kanilang pag-aalala sa mga mamamayan ng Pangarap upang bigyan ng atensyon ng IATF, gamitin yung kapangyarihan ng pamahalaan para matulungan yung mga mamamayan na ito. Alam niyo po, sa panahon ng pandemya, nakita naman natin sa iba't ibang bansa, napakaraming mga kaguluhan. At isang contribution sa kaguluhan ay kung nakikita ng mga mamamayan na sila ay naaapi, naagrabyado. Dito po sa Pangarap, 40,000 mga mamayan, api, agrabyado. Kaya dapat po tayong umaksyon kaagad dito sa problema na ito.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. At sa tutulang po, talagang unawa rin ng kinatawang ito ang matagal na rin na suliranin ng ating mga taga-Barangay Pangarap. So usapin ng kanilang tinitirhan, ang napakahabang usapin hinggil sa ownership ng lupang ito. At ngayon, ang mga iba pang hinaharap tulad na itong problema sa kuryente, tubig at iba pa. Kaya po ako'y nagpapasalamat rin sa ating mga kasamahan sa Kongreso, sa Kamara na sinuportahan ang ating motion na daglian ay subulat sa IATF para i-restore ang kuryente tubig Tama po yung isang concern nyo na laking wastage po niyan hanggat hindi nare-repair yan. At syempre rin yung problema ng ating mga mamamayan dito. Sana po ay aksyonan sa pinakamaagang panahon para yung ating mga kasamahan sa Barangay Pangarap ay matigil na yung bangungot ng Barangay Pangarap at sana ay magkaroon na ng alwan sa pamamagitan ng restoration ng basic services tulad ng kuryente at tubig. Maraming salamat, Mr. Sponsor. Maraming salamat, Mr.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Alam niyo po, yung mga taga-pangarap, 40 taon na pong pinakikipaglaban, legal, yung kanilang mga karapatan. Sila ay naniniwala at sumusunod sa mga korte. So sila po ay hindi mga recalcitrants. Hindi sila mga informal settlers. Sila po ay nakikipaglaban. Sanay na po silang makipaglaban. Subalit, ngayon po, panahon naman para tulungan natin sila. Kuryente lang at tubig. Hindi naman po natin sinasabi na pangalunin natin sila sa korte o bigay natin sa kanila yung lupa. Ang sinasabi lang natin, lahat tayong mga Pilipino may karapatan para sa tubig at sa kuryente. Lalo na kung tayo ay nasa Metro Manila. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Jose Atienza from the Buhay Party List to interpolate the Honorable Arice.
Honorable Atienza of Buhay Party List is recognized.
Salamat po. Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, kung naririnig po ninyo ako, sabihin lang po ninyo para mapagpatuloy ko po yung aking tanong.
naririnig po namin kayo, Congressman Atienza.
Salamat po.
Go ahead po.
Would gentleman clarify certain matters on the issue that he has brought before us this afternoon?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Willing.
Kanino po bang project itong nabinbin na ito sa Pangarap Village, kung tawagin natin, sa Caloocan? Kaninong project po yan?
Ito pa yung pinaliwanag ko sa isang privilege speech about 2 months ago, asking the Committee on Justice to look into this matter. Ito po ay 156 hectares na lupain na nung panahon po ni Pangulong Marcos ay dineklara alienable, disposable sa mga nagtatrabaho sa Malacanang at sa mga opisyales ng Presidential Security Group. Subalit, nung matapos po ang batas militar, napalitan si Pangulong Marcos, idineklara po ng Korte Suprema na null and void po yung presidential decree. At simula po noon ay nagkakaroon na po ng laban sa hukuman between Carmel Development Incorporated, who's the owners of the property, at yung pong Malacanang Homeowners Association. Masigasig po at matyagang nakikipaglaban yung mga mamamayan sa Pangarap. Hanggang sa ngayon po, wala naman pong eviction order ang korte. Hanggang sa kasalukuyan po, wala naman pong demolition order mula sa korte. Kaya nananatili po ang mga mamamayan sa nasabing lugar hanggang wala pa pong desisyon ng korte.
Salamat po. At susunod na tanong ko po ay, sa tingin ko po, yung Pangarap Village ay inabot ka po nung nasa National Housing Authority ako. At noon pa man, ang aming paninindigan ay bigyan na muna ng serbisyo habang tinatalakay yung isyong legal. Ang palaging sinasagot po ng gobyerno, kapag meron daw sagot, meron tanong na legal, ay hindi pwedeng makialam ang pamahalaan. Ang paninindigan po ng inyong lingkod, noon at hanggang ngayon, ay hindi nagbabago. Yung serbisyo publiko and essential services like water and electricity cannot wait and cannot wait for the resolution of the legal issues. Pero sa ngayon, tiyak na tiyak ko po ang magiging paninindigan ng pamahalaan na naman dyan. Probably not the Caloocan government, not Congressman Erice, but you will get and face a blank wall sapagkat ay sasagot ng mga kinauukulan, may legal issue yan. Kaya binabati ko kayo sapagkat napapanahon ang inyong panawagan at ito'y dapat tugunin ng merong ibubunga. Dahil kung hindi po, magkakaroon lang ng mas mataas na pangarap pa ang mga tiga roon, baka tayo mabinbin. I will really urge the gentleman to pursue an officially approved resolution on the floor today. And I'd like to assure him of my full support and vote on the matter to show once and for all that this Congress is not ruled by bureaucratic stumbling blocks on our duties. Yung panawagan nyo ay kailangang maaksyonan ngayon, hindi bukas. At huwag natin paghintayin ng mga tao roon na umaasa ngayon. Alam ko nakikinig sila sa inyo at umaasa sila na ang Kongreso ay may magagawa. At wala pong dahilan para wala tayong magawa ngayon. Wala na pong batas militar ngayon. Wala na rin pong diktador. Ang meron po tayo ngayon ay demokrasya kung saan ang interes ng lahat ay nabibigyan ng katarungan. So if the gentleman would pass a resolution, and it should be, and I urge this body, lahat tayo ngayon nandito, 302 of us, to approve it unanimously so that the IATF's attention is called, the National Housing Authority's attention is called, Meralco, Maynilad, and all the other agencies of government be made to go into action to immediately attend to this situation. This cannot continue one more day or one more hour. Now that Congressman Erice has brought the issue on the floor of Congress, it behooves all of us to go and support him in this resolution. Huwag na po natin daanin pa ito sa bureaucratic requirements and procedures. This is an urgent matter that has been brought on the floor on a question of personal and collective privilege. As we have always maintained, Congress has the power to immediately act on this urgent resolution. Sangayon po ba kayo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa katunayan po, ang aking motion ay inaprubahan na po ng kapulungan na ito upang ating himukin ang Interagency Task Force on COVID-19 upang gamitin ang kapangyarihan nito dahil po tayo ngayon ay nasa state of emergency. Kinakailangan po na protektahan natin ang mga mamamayan ng pangarap laban sa pandemic na ito, laban sa virus na ito, at magagawa natin ito kung mabibigyan natin sila ng kuryente at mabibigyan po natin sila ng tubig sa lalong madaling panahon. Salamat po.
Mr. Speaker, for the information and as a reminder to the gentleman, ang narinig ko po ay manifestation na sumusuporta ang mayoriya. But no formal motion has been filed and no approval has been given. There is nothing wrong with your now filing a motion and we vote on it so that nobody can cite the technicality anymore. Wala naman kayo talaga resolution eh. Meron lang kayo expression of support. Mag-file na kayo ngayon, Mr. Congressman Erice.
Yes.
And you will get, I'm sure, the 100% support of Congress now, and we will be setting a precedent on a matter of personal and collective privilege. The rules of the House can be suspended and immediate action be demanded for by the Congress of the Philippines.
Congressman Risa, you can...
Yes, I already stated my motion, my formal motion for Congress to alert IATF on this situation of the 40,000 residents of Pangarap.
Then we move
Second,
the resolution of the gentleman be approved immediately. Now that he has stated it, we second the motion and we move for its approval.
Congressman Risa, can you,
yes, I think it was already approved by
Approval, Mr.
the plenary.
Mr. Speaker, narinig ko po, sumusuporta ang karamihan. Pero wala pa pong formal motion at wala pong formal approval. Wala po namang masama siguro. Mag-move kayo at aprobahan din po yan. Sapagkat sinabi na nila, they are in concurrence with you. But the motion has to be filed and has to be approved as basic requirement of our procedures in the House.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, again to reiterate, the motion of the Honorable Erice was enjoined by the majority earlier.
Congressman Atienza, malinaw po na approvable yung motion ni Congressman Rize.
Tanungin po ninyo, Mr. Speaker, kung may objection at kung walang objection, unanimously approved.
No objection po. We approved a while ago, Mr. Congressman, the Honorable Atienza.
Wala po kayong tinanong kung may objection eh. Tanungin po ninyo, wala po, huwag kayong magtitid.
Objection, wala po.
Yan pwedeng daanan ng virus.
Wala po.
Kalaban natin dito, virus sa gobyerno.
Majority Leader. Speaker, there being no objections, we would like to, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Erice as well as the manifestations and interpellations to the Committee on Rules.
The privilege speech of Congressman Rize and the interpellation of Congressman Belmonte is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you have not passed the resolution. You are referring it to the committee, which precisely we are trying to avoid. Why don't you ask the body now if we are approving or not? And I'm sure we will get enough.
Session suspended.
Those who will object later on.
Mr. Speaker, another minute, few minutes for
Session suspended.
again, to reiterate, our parliamentary status is that we are in the period of privilege speech, as well as there has been manifestation by the Honorable Belmonte and interpellations by the Honorable Gaite. As the Honorable Atienza, as discussed earlier, we have a motion that this be referred to the Committee on Rules for its proper action, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. The motion seconded has been referred to the Committee on Rules. And the Committee on Rules will be the one to decide. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may we now recognize the Honorable Carlos Zarate of Bayan Muna Party List.
Congressman
Ability to
Kaloy,
deliver his privilege speech. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Kaloy Zarate of Bayan Muna Party List is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Magandang hapon ho sa ating lahat na ating mga kasamahan sa plenaryo at maging nasa teleconference. Ginoong Speaker, bago po ako magsimula, meron ho akong accompanying video na gusto ko sanang ipakita rin sa plenaryo. Kung mararapat ay i-play ito ng ating staff sa committee. Ginoong Speaker, ako po ay tumitindig sa aking personal at kolektibong pribilehiyo upang mariing kundinahin ang tahasang pag-aakusa ng National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict or itong tinataguriang NTF-ELCAC na ang kinatawang ito raw kasama ang ilan pang mga kasamahan ko sa Makabayan Bloc ay mga terorista. Hindi mapagkakaila ito ni Major General Antonio Parladio Jr., ang tagapagsalita ng NTF-ELCAC, pati na ang mga alipores niya, ang pang-aalis pusta sa akin at sa iba pang mga demokratiko at legal na organisasyon at mga leader at personalidad dito. Nagkalat, Ginoong Speaker, sa internet ang kanyang mga pahayag sa media. Minsan, inuusal pa sa pagdinig sa mga bulwagan ng Kongreso at sa kanilang social media pages ang mga paratang na ako ay isang rebeldeng komunista. Gayon din ang iba pang mga kasamahan ko sa Makabayan Bloc at ng mga progresibong organisasyon. Ginoong Speaker, milyon-milyon ang mga nakalagak na pondo sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno para umano tapusin ang mahigit 5 dekada ng rebelyon sa ating bayan. Ngunit ano ang ginagawa ng NTF-ELCAC na ito? Peace caravan daw, na pawang mga junkets naman sa Europa, Estados Unidos, Australia at iba pang mga lugar para umano labanan ang local communist conflict. Habang ang buong Pilipinas ay gumagapang sa epekto ng pandemya ng COVID, ay nagpapakalat pa ito ng mga kasinungalingan at walang batayang mga paratang. Ang pondo na sana'y ginamit na lamang upang ibsan ang paghihirap ng sambayanang Pilipino habang laganap ang kawalan ng hanapbuhay sa kalagayan natin sa kasalukuyan, ay nilulustay lamang sa kampanyang antidemokratiko nitong NTF-ELCAC. Ginoong Speaker, mga kapwa ko mambabatas, habang ang kinatawang ito ay masugid na nagsisilbi bilang representante ng mga mahihirap at api at inihalal ng taong bayan sa posesyong aking kinalalagyan sa kabila ng hamon at paninira, I am now on my third and final term, ay patunay na ang ating pagkahalal na muli. Ito ay patunay na ang mamamayang Pilipino ay naniniwala sa ating tapat at makabayang paglilingkod sa taong bayan. Ngunit ito ay niyuyurakan ng isang NTF-ELCAC at ang mga minions nito. At walang habas at walang kahihiyang inilagay ang aking larawan at ng iba pang mga kinatawan ng Makabayan Bloc sa kanilang black propaganda. Ginoong Speaker, mga kapwa ko mambabatas, hindi natin maituturing na pawang simpleng pahayag lamang ng isang individual ang mga paratang na ito. Ang makinarya at pera ng taong bayan ay ginagamit ng isang institusyon ng pamahalaan upang siraan ang mga halal na opisyal ng bayan. Gayon din, hindi lamang ito paninirang puri, kundi direktang tangka sa buhay at kaligtasan ng mga tao at organisasyong kanilang pinararatangan. Kasama na po ang kinatawang ito. Napakarami na, Ginoong Speaker, na pagkakataon na ang mga aktivista, matapos ang matinding kampanyang red tagging laban sa kanila, ay sumasambulat sa kalsada o sa kanilang mga tahanan. Kailan lamang ang kinatawang ito ay tumindig din sa bulwagan ito upang kundinahin ang pagpatay sa aming kasamahan sa bayan muna na si Jory Porquia noong lamang katapusan ng Abril sa Iloilo City. At ito lamang nakalipas na araw naman, ang palangkalahatang kalihim ng kadamay, si Carlito Cacarlets Badyon, ay pinaslang at ang kanyang tinorture at sinunog pa na katawan ay natagpuang nakalibing ng mababaw sa isang buhanginan sa tabing dagat sa Ormoc City. Isa ang kadamay, Ginoong Speaker, sa mga organisasyong tinukoy ng NTF-ELCAC. At si Cacarlets Badyon ay na rin naging biktima ng red tagging at matinding pagbabanta mula sa mga hinihinalang mga ahente ng Estado at mga antidemokratikong puwersa ng ating lipunan. Bagamat marami na ang naging biktima ng mga pag-aatake at walang awang pagpaslang nitong mga nakaraan, si Cacarlets Badyon marahil ang kauna-unahang pambansang leader masa, ang kauna-unahang biktima ng pagpaslang sa kasalukuyan. Katulad ng iba pang ganitong kaso ng mga pagpaslang, ay mariin at malakas natin itong kinukundina at nananawagan tayo ng hustisya, Ginoong Speaker. Turing kong banta sa aking buhay at kaligtasan ang mga pahayag at black propaganda materials ng NTF-ELCAC. Pinapahamak nito hindi lamang ang aking sarili, kundi ang mga miyembro at tagasuporta ng aming partido at lahat ng mamamayang hindi pumapayag at tumitindig laban sa katiwalaan, kabulukan at karahasan ng ilang mga puwersa ng Estado. Ang NTF-ELCAC ay tumutungo sa tukhang ng mga aktivista, sa mga kritiko ng administrasyon at sa demokrasya. Kamakailan lang nitong 22 ng Mayo, ang isyong ito ay matinding pinuna rin ng Commission on Human Rights. Sabi ng Commission on Human Rights, noon pa man, binalaan na namin ang pamahalaan hinggil sa padalos-dalos na pagbabansag sa mga tao o grupo nang walang ebidensya. Ang red tagging ay isang slippery slope na maaaring magresulta sa maraming paglabag sa karapatang pantao tulad ng harassment, pag-aarestong labag sa batas, torture at pagbabanta sa buhay. Ito po ay tinuran ni Attorney Jacqueline Ann de Guia, ang tagapagsalita ng CHR. Kaya, Ginoong Speaker, hamon sa kongresong ito na kundinahin ang mga paratang na ito sa akin at sa aking mga kasamahan at lalo na sa mga ordinaryong mamamayan na lumalaban para sa kanilang mga demokratikong karapatan. Dapat mariing kundinahin ang gawaing ito ng NTF-ELCAC. Katunayan, dapat lamang nabuwagin na ang formasyong ito na lumulustay sa pera ng bayan at nagpapahamak sa mga sibilyan, kasama na ang ilang mga kinatawa ng pamahalaan. Gayun din, dapat magkaroon ng karampatang parusa ang kanilang mga paggamit sa aming mga larawan at pangalan sa kanilang mga black propaganda na kanilang inilalabas sa kabila ng kawalang ebidensya at katotohanan ng kanilang mga akusasyon. Inaapura ng ilan ang pagpasa ng bagong anti-terrorism bill sa kapulangang ito, sa kabila ng mariing pagtutol ng mga human rights advocates at ibang mga mamamayan. Noong Biyernes nga ng gabi, Ginoong Speaker, ilang oras lamang pagkatapos maipasa ng Joint Committees on Defense and Public Order ang panukalang anti-terror bill, ay nag-post na kaagad ang NTF-ELCAC sa kanilang mga Facebook accounts ng mga nasabing mga paratang na akong araw ay isang at ang aking mga kasamahan ay mga terorista. Sa halip na talakayin ang mass testing bill, ang social amelioration bill, ang prangkisa ng ABS-CBN at ang mahakbang pang-ekonomiya na makakatulong sa ating mamamayan ay nakatuon ang pansin ng ilan na pabangisin ang batas anti-terorismo. Ang totoo, Ginoong Speaker, hindi mga terorista ang nanghihilakbot sa mga bagong pangil ng batas na ito, kundi ang mga mamamayang lumalaban at tumitindig para sa karapatan at tunay na demokrasya. Sila ang tunay na target na ikulong, patahimikin, at takutin ng batas na ito. Hindi ang terorismo ang totoong nais nitong supilin, kundi ang karapatang pantao ng ating kalayaan. Mga kapwa kong mambabatas, Ginoong Speaker, kahirapan at kawalan ng hustisyang panglipunan ang ugat ng kahit anong sigalot at rebelyon sa kasaysayan ng mundo. At hindi naiiba rito ang ating bansa. Hindi ang mga katulad ni General Parlade at mga alipores nito at ang mga pakana tulad ng NTF-ELCAC ang tatapos sa rebelyon ng ating bansa na tumagal na ng halos kalahating siglo. Ang paglutas sa malalim na nakaugat na mga sistematikong suliranin ng ating bayan ang tanging tatapos sa pag-aalsa ng mamamayan. Kaya sa araw na ito, nirerehistro natin ang ating panawagan, Ginoong Speaker. Buwagin ang NTF-ELCAC. Itigil ang pamamaslang, karapatan ng bayan, karapatan ng mamamayan, dapat nating ipaglaban. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Speaker, at magandang hapon po muli sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
May mag-interpret. Interpret wala.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Kaloy Zarate to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The privileged speech of Congressman Zarate is referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that you recognize the Honorable Mujib Hataman of the Lone District of Basilan for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker Mujib Hataman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, naririnig niyo po ako.
Opo,
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Opo, narinig po namin kayo.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Actually, ang speech na to dapat nung Lunes, subalit dahil holiday po gawa nung Eid al-Fitr. Kaya ngayong araw na lang natin po babasahin. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. At ganun din, huliman, binabati ko rin kayo ng Eid Mubarak gawa ng Eid al-Fitr na marka ng pagtatapos ng sagradong buwan ng Ramadan para sa mga Muslim sa buong mundo. Mr. Speaker, I rise on matter of personal and collective privilege bilang isa sa ating mga Deputy Speaker, bilang kinatawan ng aking distrito ng Basilan na bahagi ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, bilang Moro na dekada ng kumikilos para sa katarungan, at bilang Pilipino, kahanay ang diwa ng lahat ng mamamayang kinatawan ng mga congressperson na nasa bulwagang ito. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by offering my prayers for your personal safety, as well as that of everyone here today. Nananalangin din po ako para sa kaligtasan ng bawat isa sa mga constituent natin bilang kinatawan ng taong bayan. Hindi biro ang krisis na kinakaharap natin ngayon. Bukod sa panganib sa kalusugan, malalim din ang pangamba at pagkalitong dulot ng COVID-19. Celebrating Eid al-Fitr in the time of COVID-19 also leads me to reflect on some of its most profound messages. Sa pagtatapos ng Ramadan, napaalalahanan tayo na magpasalamat sa Diyos sa mga biyayang meron tayo at mas mahalaga na ibabahagi ito sa kapwa nating maaring mas kinakapos. Isa itong mensahe ng pag-ibig, ng malasakit, ng pagpapalawak ng saklaw ng mga inaaruga at iniintindi natin. Not just ourselves or our family and friends, pero pati ang mga maaring hindi natin kilala, ngunit may matinding pangangailangan. Reflecting on this in the time of COVID-19, one cannot miss the logic of why this is important. Sa dulo ng lahat, Mr. Speaker, sa kabila ng pagdurusa at panganib, nare-realize natin ngayon, hindi pwedeng pabayaan ang iba dahil iisa ang mundong ginagawan natin. Hindi pwedeng kalimutan ang iba dahil lahat tayo apektado kapag sila'y nahawa. Neglect the working class and the economy collapses. Neglect the poor and the healthcare system becomes overloaded. Neglect the suffering of a few and we all suffer together. Magkaugnay ang diwa nating lahat, magkarugtong ang bituka nating lahat. Nakakalungkot, Mr. Speaker, na kinakailangan ng ganitong klaseng krisis para mapapalahanin tayo nito. This logic should have been evident from the long history of mankind, and more so from the history of the marginalized peoples of our nation. To my point, Mr. Speaker, noong nakaraang Sabado, noong nakaraang Linggo, ginunita natin ang ikatlong anibersaryo ng Marawi Siege. sentro ng komersyo at kultura ng mga Moro ang Marawi. Pinadapa ito ng bomba at mortar at ngayon ang mga kalsadang dati ay puno ng ingay at dinamismo ay parang naging liwasan ng mga multo. 3 taon at isa pa ring lungsod na gumuhong mga gusali ang Marawi. Hindi pa nakakauwi ang mga residente nito. Ayon sa UN High Commissioner for Refugees, nasa mahigit 25,000 pamilya ang displaced o hindi pa nakakauwi. Mr. Speaker, I hope that we all realize now that the suffering of the Moro reverberates the suffering of all Filipinos, just as the progress of the Moro redounds the progress of all. Ang maliit na tindahan sa Marawi ay umaambag sa ekonomiya ng buong Bangsamoro, ng buong Mindanao, ng buong Pilipinas. Kapag naabot ng isang batang Maranao ang kanyang pangarap, nagdadala siya ng dangal hindi lamang sa Marawi o sa Bangsamoro, kung hindi sa buong Pilipinas. Conversely, just as the radicals of today rose from the ranks of the poor and downtrodden, Moros of yesteryear, tomorrow's radicals can only come from Moros who are suffering injustices today. Ang tanong ko nga, gaano katagal pa bago maimpluwensyahan ng mga recruiter ng violent extremists ang isa na namang henerasyon ng Moro na init sa puwera at kinalimutan ng mga makapangyarihan? Gaano katagal bago ang damdamin ng mga bakwit, lalo na ng kabataan, ay magpalitan nyo mula sa lungkot at hinagpis tungo sa galit? Idadagdag ko rin, Mr. Speaker, na hindi ho either or ang pagtugon sa pandemya at ang pag-rehabilitate sa Marawi. Sa totoo lang, magkarugtong ito. And the rehabilitation of Marawi has become even more imperative due to the dangers of COVID-19. Alalahanin natin, marami sa mga bakwit ng Marawi nagsisiksikan hanggang ngayon sa mga temporary shelter communities. 17,000 katao pa ang nasa mga komunidad na ito. Kung kaawa-awa ang sitwasyon nila bago mag-COVID-19, mas lalong mapanganib ito ngayon. Any outbreak of the virus in our backwit communities would endanger the entire nation. Kaya nga ang pakiusap ko, baka naman pwedeng upuan na natin ang lahat ng nakabimbing panukala at plano para sa Marawi. 100 milyong piso ng pondo ang nag-expire lamang sa halip na magamit para tugunan ang sitwasyon. To be exact, out of the 4.4 billion 2018 fund, 416 million expired and reverted to National Treasury. Para naman sa 2019, sabi sa mga ulat, noong April lang, nag-release ng mahigit 3.5 billion pesos ang DBM para sa Task Force Bangon Marawi. Late na nga, kulang pa. Kulang na nga, hindi pa magamit ng husto at tama. 2017 pa binuo ang Task Force Bangon Marawi. Wala pa tayong nakikitang konkreto at makabuluhang pagbabago sa Marawi. Ang totoo nga, kahit maayos na paliwanag at transparency, hindi rin nila maibigay sa atin. Malinaw ito nung isang congressional hearing tayo. Parang hindi nag-uusap ang mga ahensya. Kaya siguro kapag pinagtabi mo ang mga litrato ng Ground Zero 3 years ago at ngayon, wala kang laban sa spot the different dahil wala nga talagang different. Mag-4 na taon nang nagraramadan ang mahigit sa 17,000 na taga-Marawi sa mga temporary shelters. At mas marami pa sa kanila ang nakikitira sa mga kamag-anak sa iba't ibang bahagi ng Mindanao. Kahit anong anggulong tingnan, actionable negligence nang maituturing ito, Mr. Speaker. Ang task ng Task Force Bangon Marawi ay ibangon ang Marawi. Alam nating malaki ang trabaho, alam nating maraming komplikasyon, pero kung sa loob ng 3 taon ay hindi man lang tayo nakakita ng resonableng pagsulong sa kanilang nag-iisang misyon, kung sa loob ng 3 taon ay hindi man lang nila natutuhan ang simpleng proseso ng maayos na koordinasyon, baka dapat malinaw na sa ating hindi sila dapat ilagay sa kanilang mga posisyon. Panahon na siguro para balasahin o di kaya'y palitan ang pamunuan ng Task Force Bangon Marawi. Mulat ako sa mailang buhol pag dapat ayusin para tuluyan ng maibahagi ang Marawi Compensation Fund upang maibaba ito sa mga komunidad. At ang mga debate natin ay maisalin na sa pagpapatayo ng mga dapat itayo upang makauwi na ang mga dapat makauwi. Pero naniniwala po ako sa kabila ng mga aberya kung talagang gugustuhin makakahanap ng paraan. Sa puntong ito, ang dapat number 1 priority natin, gawin ang lahat upang makauwi ang ating mga kababayan na residente ng Marawi. Nananawagan ako sa kapwa ko sa Kongreso. Madaliin natin ang pagpasa ng mga nakabimbing panukala ukol sa Marawi. Gawin natin ito bilang pagkilala at lunas sa maraming sugat na tinamo ng Moro sa kasaysayan ng ating bansa. Even more importantly, let us move swiftly as an act of self-preservation. Dahil sa panahon ng COVID-19, ang pagdurusa sa Marawi ay maaring maging mitsa ng pagdurusa nating lahat. Huwag nating hayaang lumikha ng bagong hapdi sa kamalayan ng ang nangyari sa Marawi. Gawin nating kwento ng malasakit at pakikiisa ang Marawi sa halip na kwento ng pagpapabaya. Let us douse the embers of Marawi with the waters of compassion and resolve. Otherwise, we will only have ourselves to blame if the flames of conflict rise again. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in consultation with the distinguished Minority Leader, the majority has decided not to extend the privilege hour, Mr. Speaker. So with that, I move we suspend the privilege hour, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we reopen the privilege hour, Mr. Speaker, for some administrative matters.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we refer the privilege speech of the Honorable Deputy Speaker Hataman to the Rules Committee for its proper disposal. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair is done. The privilege speech of Deputy Speaker Hataman is referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. The Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we suspend sessions for a minute in order to prepare ourselves for the coming third readings, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move we resume consideration of House Bill number 6095 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6095, increasing the amount of authorized election campaign expenses of candidates and political parties.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill and the next 10 bills which we will discuss is that it is up for third reading, Mr. Speaker. So, we respectfully direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter proceed to voting, to call for a nominal voting, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is hereby read the title of the bill and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6095, increasing the amount of authorized election campaign expenses of candidates and political parties. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6095 for third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baskub, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Biliones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
You have 2 minutes to explain your vote. Focus later. Continue, Sir Jen.
Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabuchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Kanama, Kawagdan, Kari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Veloso Montalia, Dimoporo Abdullah, Dimoporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri.
Ayun na. Ayun. After sabihin mo, I move to the
Resulta?
Mamaya na muna kasi.
Hindi ko na pa.
Ay, sa minority?
With 213 members affirmative, 6 negative, and 1 abstention. House Bill number
09.
6095 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas from Gabriela Party List for her explanation of vote. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Congresswoman Brosas, you have 2 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bumoto ng no ang Gabriela Women's Party sa panukalang itaas ang election spending limits dahil lilikha ito ng dagdag na bentahe sa mga politikong may rekurso sa paglahok sa eleksyon habang lalong dehado ang mga ordinaryong mamamayan na sasabak sa politika. Mula sa 10 piso na limit kada botante, halimbawa, itataas ang limit patungong 50 pesos kada botante para sa halalan sa pagkapresidente at vice-presidente. At pwede pa itong tumaas, depende sa inflasyon, batay sa panukala. This measure distorts the already skewed election playing field to the benefit of the rich and powerful political families who have the means to max out their campaign expenses, while eligible, ordinary Filipinos had to make do with limited exposure. Totoong hindi automatic na pera ang nagpapanalo sa isang kandidato sa eleksyon. Subalit sa kasaysayan ng eleksyon ng Pilipinas, malinaw ang mahahangong punto. Susi ang rekurso at makinarya para mahalal sa posisyon. Sa aktwal, higit na dapat pahigpitan ang campaign election spending at gawing mas demokratiko ang mga lunsaran ng elektoral na kampanya. Kailangang tiyakin na patas ang laban para sa malaki at maliit na pangalan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6222. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and therefore to call the roll for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House Bill. Thereafter, we call the roll of members for nominal voting. Second.
House Bill 6222, reapportioning the 2nd Legislative District of the Province of Rizal into 3 legislative districts. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6222. Abante, Abaya, Pellanosa, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Ako, Acosta, Costa Alba, Chong, Advincula, Cabas, Agaraw, Glipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Mentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Berzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bulilla, Bondok, Guardado, Bravo, Bosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabutyan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Ferdinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mayala Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Juanco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Tagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Tuhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Fer Juliet, Fer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Carlo, Goroseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halushos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kay Chong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pajenos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagalbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sabeliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, Ti Alan, Ti Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yolago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate Zubiri.
With 218 affirmative, 0 negative, 1 abstention, House Bill 6222 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6430. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. Second.
House Bill number 6430, providing for a reinvestment framework for real estate investment trust sponsors. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6430 for third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abreg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Omentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascub, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Co Juanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Losa Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halosos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson-Well, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Lechon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaychong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Huaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, sa Limbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulub, Savellano, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherney, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waykurat, Zarate Zubiri.
With 223 members voting in the affirmative, 0 negative, 1 abstention, House Bill number 6430 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 159, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House, and for this purpose, Mr. Speaker, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 159, strengthening the right of government to expropriate lands for socialized housing. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 159. Bante, Abaya, Bellanosa, Abu Exaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Daya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Mentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Berzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Rosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabotyan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mayala Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Co Huanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Cuaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dago, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Micah, Delmar, De Los Santos, De Los Montalia, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez Fernando, Fer Juliet, Fer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Carlo, Goroseta, Gico, Gullias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halos Hos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Núñez Malanyaon, Huaminal, Olivares, Once, Ongroni, Ortega, Uwana Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pajernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Sigson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri.
Ilis na ako eh.
Unanimously voted. Yes. Tinanggal na. Hindi ko nabalik. Dala pa yung yes, po.
With 223 affirmative, 6 against, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 159 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 6456, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. And for this purpose, Mr. Speaker, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6456, an act declaring August 12 of every year as National Youth Day. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6456 for third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Omentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Rosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Mayala Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Delmar, De Los Santos, De Losa Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Vico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba,
Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanaon, Uaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Panchos, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Singsuwat, Suwansing Estrelita, Suwansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Sharif, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waykurat, Zarate Subiri.
With 230 members voting in the affirmative, 0 against, 0 abstention, the chair declares House Bill number 6456 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 6522, copies of which were distributed among the members pursuant to the rules of the House. And for this purpose, may I request, Mr. Speaker, that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the House Bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting.
House Bill 6522, declaring January 16 of every year a special working holiday to be known as National Baptist Day. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6522. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abuexaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Area, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Umentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabachan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cuanco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Dasa de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Fer Juliet, Fer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasetaya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Carlo, Guruseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halushos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legardo, Limlem Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Se, Ong Roni, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padjernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay si Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tan Bunting, Tan Alicia, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tianco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutorti, Alan T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora, Ronaldo, Zamora, Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri.
And then? With 226 members voting for affirmative, 0 against, and 2 abstention, House Bill number 6522 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 6553. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6553, an act declaring February 23 of every year a special working holiday in the entire country to be known as National Rotary Day. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6553 for third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascub, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fedenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Co Wangco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halosos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaychong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanaon, Uaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri.
With 226 affirmative, 0 negative, and 2 abstention, House Bill Number 6553 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading.
Majority Leader.
I move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Suspended. Session resumed. Correction votes, a while ago, the House Bill number 159, the affirmative is 222, negative 6, and abstention 1. So House Bill 159 is now approved on third and final reading. And another correction is House Bill number 6456, 229 affirmative, 0 negative, 1 abstention. So House Bill number 6456 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6496. And may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6496, strengthening the national program for the elimination of tuberculosis, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10767 or the Comprehensive Tuberculosis Elimination Plan Act. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6496. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abuexaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Jong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Franz, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez Sinaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Albizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Mentada, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Barñas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Berzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bendigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fedinier, Cayetano, Alan Peter, Compañero, Cayetano, Maria Laani, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cuangco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Cuaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar de los Santos, de los Montaña, de Maporo Abdullah, de Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhayin, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas, Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Casitaya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Carlo, Goroseta, Gico, Gullias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hoffer, Halos Hos, Javier Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Conghud, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Laro, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Limlim Kaychong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez, Malanyaon, Waminal Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Roni, Ortega, Uwana Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padjernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Teada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo Tupas Chutor, T. Alan T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali, Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri.
with 231 affirmative, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill 6496 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6497. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6497, an act modernizing the regulation of health facilities and services and appropriating funds therefore, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 4226, otherwise known as the Hospital Licensure Act. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6497 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abreg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascub, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson-Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Uaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Saveliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Subiri.
With 232 affirmative, 0 against, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 6497 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6505. My request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6505, granting full insurance coverage to all qualified agrarian reform beneficiaries of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, amending for the purpose Section 14 of Republic Act Number 9700, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program Extension with Reforms. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6505, Abante, Abaya, Bellanosa, Abu, Abigsaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Matong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Berzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabotchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano, Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano, Mariala Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Coangelica, Coelizaldi, Coanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Cuaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Dalmar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalya, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo, Mohammed Khalid, Duavit Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Fer Juliet, Fer Luis, Colores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Zandro, Goroseta, Gico, Gullias, Guya, Haresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halushos, Javier Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Limlim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padjernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Rodasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sabeliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali, Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaras, Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri.
With 233 voting in the affirmative, 0 negative, and 0 abstention. So House Bill number 6505 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of third reading of House Bill number 6413. My request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. Secretary General.
House Bill number 6413, an act dividing the province of Maguindanao into two provinces, namely Northern Maguindanao and Southern Maguindanao. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6413 for third reading. Aban, Poangco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Losa Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhale, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halosos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Uaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Saveliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waycurat, Zarate, Zubiri.
With 231 affirmative, 0 negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 6413 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we immediately transmit those bills approved on third reading to the Senate, namely, Mr. Speaker, House Bills number 6095, 6022, 6430, 159, 6456, 6522, 6553, 6496, 6497, 6505, and 6413. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Various House bills be transmitted into the Senate. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we resume consideration of House Bill number 6815 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. Hold.
Period of amendment.
Sorry. Title. Majority Leader.
House Bill number 6815, an act establishing an economic stimulus strategy for the country's growth and development in the aftermath of COVID-19 and providing funds therefor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of individual amendments. Last Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, the records will show that we had just finished and closed the period of committee amendments. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the honorable sponsor of the bill, the Honorable Joyce Salceda, to accept or not accept the individual amendments of the House of Representatives. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Joey Salceda, now recognized.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, Majority Leader.
I move we recognize the Honorable Sharon Garin for her individual amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Congresswoman Sharon Green for her amendments. Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for amendments, we would like to request the good sponsor for the following amendments. On page 4, under section 3, line 2, after or, delete the article A and replace cooperative with cooperatives.
Accept.
On page 4, under section 3, line 15, after the word the, delete the word air.
Accept.
On page 7, under section 4, line 23, after the word aggregate, replace amount with amounts.
Accept.
On page 8, under section 6, line 27, after the word guidelines, replace prescribed with prescribed.
Accept.
On page 9, line 19, replace massive with mass.
Accept.
On page 10, under section 7, line 1, replace the phrase Department of Labor and Employment, DOLE with DOLE.
Accept.
On the same page, line 18, after the word under, insert the phrase Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, otherwise known as.
Accept.
On page 11, lines 10 to 12 regarding section 7, after the word purpose, delete the phrase the SSS and the BIR shall also provide free registration for freelancers to promote their integration into the formal economy.
Accept.
On page 12, under section 8, lines 3, after the word TESDA, insert for the.
Accept.
On page 12, under section 9, line 4, after the word students, insert
the following. The following subsidies shall be granted to students who are currently not grantees and recipients of existing government subsidies under various laws, but are nonetheless facing financial difficulty due to work stoppage or closure of establishment.
Accept.
On page 12, line 19, after the phrase instruction and insert the phrase ensure that.
Accept.
On page 13, regarding section 9, delete lines 5 to 22.
Accept.
On page 14, line 9, replace Unifast with CHED.
Accept.
On page 15, under section 11, line 5, under consumer loans, replace the phrase and commercial loans with commercial loans and LGU loans.
Accept.
On the same page, under section 12, replace the following. Line 21, after the word enterprises, insert the phrase that may be waived.
Accept.
Line 21, after the article the, insert the phrase waiver of.
Accept.
On page 16, under section 13, line 24, after shall, delete the phrase be mandated to, and after the word issue, insert the.
Accept.
On page 18, under section 15, line 10, replace the comma with end.
Accept.
On page 19, lines 12 and 13, delete the phrase a proper evaluation of.
Accept.
On page 19, line 20, after the word prefer, delete to.
Accept.
On the same page, line 20, after that, replace supports with support.
Accept.
On page 20, line 6, replace DICT with Department of Information and Communication Technology, DICT.
Accept.
On page 20, after line 23, regarding section 17, add a new paragraph to read as follows. The LBP and the DBP may rediscount loans granted by BSP-supervised financial institutions and the SB Corp and provide other credit accommodations for non-essential businesses, particularly to MSME+. The LBP and DBP may undertake similar activities consistent with objectives of this act.
Accept.
On the same page, line 27, after the word outlay, delete the phrase under this section.
Accept.
On page 21, line 29, after the word entities, delete Y, and after that, replace the word supports with support.
Accept.
On the same page, line 3, after the period, replace PGC shall implement measures aimed at the digital transformation of its guarantee application and enrollment processes. PGC shall coordinate with the DICT and BSP and solicit assistance from the private sector to accomplish with the digital transformation with measures aimed at digitization of guarantee application and enrollment processes shall be implemented. The PGC shall coordinate with the DICT, BSP, and the private sector to accomplish digitization.
Accept.
On the same page, and under section 18, line 7, after the word the, insert the phrase amount of 20 billion pesos is appropriated as additional paid-up capital of PGC, period, the. And in line 8, after an, insert the word initial.
Accept.
On the same page, lines 9 to 11 replace the phrase, an additional amount of 20 billion pesos for the Special Guarantee Fund shall be appropriated in the 2021 General Appropriations Act with, and another 20 billion pesos for 2021.
Accept.
On the same page, line 23, under section 19, subparagraph B, replace upskilling, up-skilling with upskilling, one word.
Accept.
On page 23 and 24, under section 20, delete the following. Line 20, delete
Double I.
double I.
Accept.
Line 23, delete triple I.
Accept.
Line 25, delete 4.
Accept.
Line 3, delete 6.
BI.
VI. Accept?
Accept.
On page 24, line 14, after that, replace the word supports with support.
Accept.
On page 25, line 4, replace
EG.
parenthesis EG, 50% passenger capacity limit, close parenthesis, with such as the required 50% passenger capacity limit.
Accept.
On the same page, line 18, delete value added tax, end.
Accept.
On the same page, line 20, delete the phrase the BIR.
Accept.
On
page 26, under section 21, line 12, replace IRR with implementing rules and regulations.
Accept.
And on page 27, under section 22, line 4, after the word national, replace development company with emergency investment vehicle as provided under section 25 of this act.
Accept.
On page 28, line 10, after end, insert the word expand.
Accept.
On the same page, line 12, after word sector, delete the phrase including BPO workers and companies.
Accept.
On page 29, line 28, delete the phrase vis-a-vis foreign bidders.
Accept.
On the same page, line 29, after the word act, replace end with shall be given preference over those offered by foreign bidders, provided however that.
Accept.
On page 30, line 1, replace his with that the.
Accept.
On the same page, under section 23, line 16, delete the phrase to ensure food security and hampered movement of agricultural goods and stable supply of agricultural product by.
Accept.
Comma. On the same page, replace following. Replace 18, line 18, replace I with A and NFA with National Food Authority.
Accept.
Line 20, replace disaster relief with disaster-relief with disaster relief.
Accept.
Replace line 22, replace double I with B.
Accept.
Line 23, replace provide with provision of.
Accept.
On the same page, line 29, after the word support, after the word support, insert systems.
Accept.
On page 31, delete lines 1 and 2.
Accept.
On page 31, line 3, replace triple I with C.
Accept.
On the same page, line 3, delete the word support after the word production, and on line 4, after the word support, add the following. For the following projects, Rice Resiliency Project, Integrated Livestock and Corn Resiliency Project, Enhanced Small Ruminants and Poultry Project, Enhanced White Corn Production for Food Resiliency, Coconut-Based Diversification Project, Fisheries Resiliency Project, Urban Agriculture Project, Revitalized Gulayan Project, and Expanding Agri-Extension Support to the Provincial LGUs.
Accept.
And following that, add the following paragraphs also. Letter D, provision of insurance loans and cash assistance to farmers and fisherfolk through the implementation of the following projects. Expanded Agriculture Insurance Project, Expanded Survival and Recovery or Sure Aid Project, and Social Amelioration Program for the farmers and fisherfolks. Letter E, establishment of the following information and communications technology system on agri-fishery market price monitoring and enforcement system, multi-platform communication and information exchange support system, agricultural and fisheries commodity exchange system, and digital agriculture.
Accept.
On the same page, line 25, delete letter D.
Accept.
On page 33, under section 25, line 1, replace the title Additional Mandate of the National Development Company with creation of the National Emergency Investment Vehicle, and in line 2, delete the phrase minimize permanent damage to the economy and.
Accept.
On the same page, line 4, after the word national, replace the phrase Development Company NDC is hereby mandated and authorized to perform the following pursuant to and in accordance with its current charter with the following. Emergency Investment Vehicle, NEIV, is hereby created. The NEIV board shall be headed by the Secretary of Finance and shall be composed of 8 members as follows. A, the President of LBP, letter B, the President of DBP, C, a director to be appointed by the BSP, letter D, 2 independent directors, and E, 3 directors that shall be appointed by LBP, DBP, and the private equity investor, if any, in proportion to the voting shares held in the NEIV. The NEIV is mandated to perform the following functions.
Accept.
On the same page, line 8, after the, replace the phrase transport industry and tourism industry with agriculture, infrastructure, service, transport, tourism, and manufacturing industries.
Accept.
On the same page, after line 15, regarding section 25, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. Letter D, invest in the form of limited equity participation by subscription or acquisition of shares, execution of convertible loans, or purchase of convertible bonds, and such other securities as may be issued by the investee corporations.
Accept.
On the same page, line 19, after the word investment, delete the word and.
Government.
On the same
Accept.
page, line 21, after the word government, insert the phrase, and devise mechanisms to protect the government's investments by issuing a special class or series of shares or entering into shareholders or voting share agreements.
Accept.
On the same page, after line 21, insert the following additional subparagraphs. H, create subsidiaries as necessary where equity participation may also be offered to and held by private sector investors, including multilateral companies and lending institutions. Letter I, establish and adopt accounting and auditing systems and standards in accordance with the guidelines of the Commission on Audit, provided that the audit of the NEIV by the COA shall not preclude the NIV from engaging the services of private auditing firms.
Accept.
On the same page, line 19, replace NDC with NEIV.
Accept.
On the same page, line 24, after the word expected, add end and delete lines 25 and
Accept.
26. On the same page, after line 38, insert the following. The LBP and DBP are hereby authorized to invest in or enter into a joint venture agreement with the NEIV and offer equal opportunity for equity participation in the NEIV to all qualified private sector investors, including multilateral and lending institutions.
Accept.
Next paragraph, when private shareholdings in the NIV reaches 50% of the total outstanding stock, the stockholders shall cause adoption and registration with the SEC of the amended Articles of Incorporation within 3 months from such transfer of ownership.
Accept.
On the same page, line 29, after stock of the, replace the phrase, NDC is hereby increased by with NEIV is set at.
Accept.
The subsequent paragraphs of section 25 are re-lettered accordingly. On page 34, under section 26, line 7, replace the phrase education and food security with housing, education, agri-fishery, transportation, security, and information communication technology.
Accept.
On the same page, after the word resilience, delete the proviso in lines 21 to 24.
Accept.
On page 35, line 4, replace prisons with prison.
Accept.
On the same page, line 26, replace Procurement Act with otherwise known as the Government Procurement
Accept.
Act. On page 36, replace the following. Line 7, replace Bureau of Internal Revenue BIR with BIR.
Accept.
Line 14, replace local government units with LGUs.
Accept.
On page 37, line 8, replace business with businesses.
Accept.
On the same page, line 11, delete likewise.
Accept.
On page 37, line 10, after the period, insert the phrase, the Monetary Board may exempt the PGC, DBP, LBP, and SB Corp from such ratios, ceilings, and limitations provided under RA 8791, otherwise known as the General Banking Law of 2000, for a period of 5 years from the effectivity of this act, subject to extension of not more than 5 years, as may be determined by the Monetary Board.
Accept.
On the same page, line 26, replace the word law with act.
Accept.
On page 38, under section 28, line 6, replace EO with executive order.
Accept.
On the same page, line 19, delete the phrase in such a case.
Accept.
On page 39, line 2, replace agro with the agri.
Accept.
On the same page, lines 4 and 5, delete Department of Information Communications Technology, DICT, and replace with the ICT.
Accept.
On the same page, replace the following. Line 17, after the word research, delete the phrase translation of research.
Accept.
On line 24, replace will with shall.
Accept.
On page 41, line 8, replace measures with measure.
Accept.
On page 42, line 19, after have, insert as, and in line 20, after from, insert the.
Accept.
On the same page, line 21, replace NDC with NEIV.
Accept.
On the same page, line 22, delete DPWH.
Accept.
On page 43, line 12, after of, insert the article the.
Accept.
On page 43 and 44, line 29 and lines 1 to 2 respectively, delete the phrase co-chairpersons of the Subcommittee on Economic Stimulus Response Package Cluster of the Defeat COVID-19 Committee on the
Accept.
part of the House of Representatives and the. On page 44, line 4, after the word Senate, insert the phrase and the respective chairpersons of the I retract, Mr. Speaker. On page 46. Yeah, number 75. On page 46, after line 10, add a new section to read as follows. Section 35, standby appropriations In addition to the amounts to be generated from the realignment and reallocation of appropriations as provided in Section 33, there shall be a standby appropriations of 708 billion pesos to implement the programs and projects under the Act for the current year. The amount authorized herein shall only be used when the proceeds from the approved loans, bonds, issuances, and other indebtedness for programs and projects as stated in Section 35 are realized. The funding requirements for fiscal year 2021 shall be included in the fiscal year 2021 General Appropriations Act.
Accept.
Succeeding sections are hereby renumbered. On page 47, line 20, after the word access, insert the phrase official development assistance and line 22, after the word necessary, insert the phrase for programs, projects, and activities to address the pandemic.
Accept.
On page 48, line 4, after the word years, insert the phrase amending Section 89 of the Republic Act number 7653 as amended by Republic Act number 11211, otherwise known as the new Central Bank Act.
Accept.
On the same page, replace lines 5 to 8 with the following. Section 37, release of funds. The DBM shall release the funds directly to the appropriate implementing agency subject to pertinent budgeting, accounting, and auditing laws, rules, and regulations.
Accept.
On the same page, line 10, after the word act, insert the phrase sourced from the new revenue sources and from the appropriations under Republic Act number 11260 and the Republic Act 11465 and replace the word obligation with disbursement.
Accept.
Mr. Speaker, also for page 3, line, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Replace the title of the bill, Accelerated Recovery and Intervention Stimulus for the Economy of the Philippines to
Close, open, arise.
Accelerated Recovery and
Investments.
Investment Stimulus for the Economy of the Philippines, Mr.
Accept.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 30, on page 43, line 27, delete the entire paragraph from line 27 to page 44, line 6, and replace with a joint congressional oversight committee on economic stimulus program is hereby created. The oversight committee shall be composed of 4 members of the House of Representatives to be designated by the Speaker of the House of Representatives and 4 members from the Senate to be designated by the Senate President. Mr. Speaker. And on page 44, on line 26, after the word Philippines, insert the words with the concurrence of the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee.
Accept.
And on page 46, line 5, after the word Philippines, with the, insert the phrase with the concurrence of the Joint Congressional Committee.
Accept.
And on the same page, page 46, line 7, after the word President, insert the word they.
Accept.
Between President and May. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor and Majority Leader.
Meron pa siya? Mr. Speaker, I move that the majority accepts the amendments proposed by the Honorable Garin. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the Honorable Stella Kimbo for her individual amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Congresswoman Stella Kimbo is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to propose the following amendments on page 15, section 12, line 22. Insert new 4th, 5th, and 6th paragraphs to be read as follows. The BIR, PCC, SEC, and other relevant regulatory agencies are likewise directed to desist from imposing fines and other monetary penalties for non-filing, late filing, failure to comply with compulsory notification, and other repertorial requirements relating to business activities and transactions that promote continuity and capacity building in all sectors of the economy.
Accept.
For a period of 6 months from the lifting of the ECQ, the PCC, SEC, and other relevant regulatory agencies shall review all pending matters before them or those subject of any ongoing review, fact-finding, or preliminary inquiry or investigation in order that business activities and transactions that promote continuity and capacity building in all sectors of the economy shall be promptly resolved or otherwise allowed to proceed unimpeded.
Accept.
The PCC, during the same period, which may be extended for an additional period of 6 months thereafter, shall desist from requiring any submission by parties to any proceedings before it, including fact-finding or preliminary inquiries, and from issuing any show cause order, cease and desist order, subpoena, statement of concern, or similar statement and other similar issuances, provided that nothing herein shall prohibit the PCC from issuing decisions, approving any transaction or transactions, confirmation of non-coverage, commitment decisions, and similar orders relating to business activities and transactions that it shall have determined to promote continuity and capacity building, as well as orders and decisions relating to the enforcement of Chapter 3 of the Philippine Competition Act, PCA. Provided further that all mergers and acquisitions involving enterprises engaged in essential businesses entered into 30 days prior to or during the ECQ and for a period of 1 year thereafter shall be deemed to promote continuity and capacity building and are hereby declared exempt from the compulsory notification and related requirements under the PCA.
Accept.
On page 15, section 12, line 27, insert the following. Approval of the applications for permit, license, clearance, certification, resolution, or authorization, whether it is a first-time application, renewal, or extension, shall be released expeditiously. In case of simple transactions, within the inextendable period of 5 working days from receipt of the application. In case of complex transactions, within the inextendable period of 15 working days from receipt of the application. Provided that for complex transactions, if public consultations, public hearings, or publications are required before the government agency or LGU could act on the application, the conduct of a hearing or public consultation or publication of at least once in a newspaper of general circulation shall be deemed sufficient compliance. Provided further that if sessions, meetings, or hearings are required to be held among the members of the board or committee of the concerned government agency, or sanggunian of the LGU. Such sessions, meetings, or hearings shall be completed within the herein prescribed period. Provided finally that if a government agency or LGU fails to act within the period herein provided, the application shall be deemed approved and the government agency or LGU concerned shall issue the permit, license, clearance, certification, resolution, or authorization applied for, whichever is applicable within 2 working days counted from the last day when it should have rendered its action or decision on the application.
Accept.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the majority, we accept the individual amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we suspend for a minute.
Session suspended.
Putol pa. Ay.
Mr. Speaker, as per the staff of the plenary, the Zoom machinery is now, technology is now ready in place. I move we recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Lauren Legarda. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
As follows.
Speaker Lauren Legarda is now recognized.
Ang galing mo talaga. Kung si Sharian, sumakit na ulo ko, sasabihin na naman niya, tapos sila.
Ma'am, kayo na po, ma'am. Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda is now recognized, ma'am.
Okay.
Yan.
Deputy Speaker, kayo na po.
Good afternoon. Will the distinguished, hardworking sponsor allow me to introduce some amendments, Mr. Speaker?
Certainly. To my very good friend.
Go ahead, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. In section 2, page 2, line 7, after the first sentence, insert a new second sentence. These sources shall also support the whole of nation transition toward a low emissions and climate resilient future. Still on page 2, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
Still on page 2, line 10, before the word development, insert the word sustainable. After the word development, insert comma and add the following phrase, taking into consideration other emerging threats in our environment and resource base. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Accept.
On section 19, page 23, line 2, insert the words application or after the word including. I submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. On section 22A, assistance to industry and service sector, page 27, lines 23 to 25, after the acronym LGUs, insert the phrase, including those concerning the adoption of low-carbon technologies and circular economy in the manufacture and disposal of COVID-19 critical and essential products. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Accept. Very good.
On section 22B, 2Is, assistance to industry and service sector, page 26, lines 3 to 6, after the word markets, insert the phrase consistent with low carbon development, circular economy, and ecological integrity. I submit. Thank you. On section 22, page 29, on line 11, after the word development, insert the phrase anchored on low carbon technologies and circular economy. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Accept.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the same page, line 15, after the word workers, insert the phrase consistent with Republic Act 10771 or the Philippine Green Jobs Act.
Accept.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the same page, line 17, before the words products and the period, insert the phrase through the use of low carbon technologies, adhering to circular economy, and promoting ecological integrity as applicable. Thank you. On section 23 of 3.6, assistance to agri-fishery sector, page 32, between lines 6 and 7, insert the following paragraph, and I quote, "The development and implementation of the foregoing programs and services of the DA shall, as far as practicable, be pursued consistent with climate adaptive, ecologically sound, and low carbon value systems and technologies, including post-harvest services to align with the objectives of sustainable development and green economy. I submit, Mr. Speaker. On the same section 23, page 32, between lines 8 and 9, insert a new sentence which shall read as follows. The DA shall work with the DENR to ensure that expanded agriculture production does not compromise natural ecosystems and the services they provide, and shall target idle private lands for maximization and diversification of crop output, prioritizing in the selection of crops those that ensure food and water security, as well as promote health and well-being. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Accept.
Thank you. Investment in climate smart and resilient infrastructure on letter A on section 26A, enhanced Build program, page 34, line 12. After the word pandemics and the semicolon, insert the phrase as well as climate smart technologies and solutions such as circular economy and low carbon technologies in the design of facilities and procurement of supplies and materials, including adoption of solar-powered lighting system, ecologically sensitive disposal of healthcare waste, installation of cooling system with low global warming potential, provision of water catchment and treatment facilities, establishment of wellness facilities, promoting preventive care against diseases and illnesses, and capacity building of personnel concerned to adopt, manage, and sustain the foregoing innovative interventions, among others. I submit, Mr. Speaker. That was in the portion of investment in climate smart and resilient infrastructure in the enhanced Build program, Mr. Speaker.
Accept.
Thank you, Paul.
Duly noted.
.1 on section 26, page 35, lines 8 to 9, insert H at the beginning of the line as number of the subsection, and after the word areas, insert the phrase that adhere to climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction standards to ensure human, environmental, and ecological safety and security, as well as access to basic social services, which include communal facility for solar-powered electricity, efficient potable water and drainage and waste management systems and services, among others. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
One page. Page. Oy, accepted. 100%. No, not a single word. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Accept. I accepted.
4.2 on section 26, page 35, between lines 20 and 21, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. Letter J, the construction of climate smart and resilient infrastructure, such as but not limited to flexible smart power grids that can accommodate renewable energy sources, early warning systems for natural hazards, sustainable transportation systems that enable public transport, walking and biking as primary modes of travel, greenscapes, and safety, promoting roadway designs that integrate wastewater management when possible, rainwater harvesting systems in all barangays as mandated under Republic Act 6716, nature-based solutions to floods, droughts, and typhoons, and green infrastructure in public parks and spaces, example, greenways and community food gardens. I submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. 5.1 on Section 28E, page 40, line 28. Insert a new sentence to read as follows. The DA, in coordination with LGUs, shall establish a barangay-level community food gardens. I submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you po. 6.1 on the integration of green recovery in the economic resilience plan. On Section 29, an omnibus amendment to this section to insert and ecological to all reference to economic resilience and insert a second sentence such that the new Section 29, first paragraph, shall read as follows. Long-term plan for economic and ecological resilience. The NEDA shall submit to Congress a long-term plan for building economic and ecological resilience not later than 6 months after the lifting of the CQ. The Economic and Ecological Resilience Plan, ERP, shall include a strategy for measuring and monitoring economic and ecological resilience and identification of structural reforms needed to increase the ability of the economy to withstand shocks such as the COVID-19 pandemic. The plan shall include the institutionalization of national measures that account for ecosystem services and natural capital accounting and ensure that the totality of government medium-term development plans and projects are well within the capacities to produce materials or sinks as may be determined by the EMB in coordination with the NEDA.
Accept.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Section 29, page 42, between lines 14 and 15, insert a new sentence to read as follows. The required key climate change adaptation and mitigation investments to operationalize a low emissions and climate resilient development pathway towards a green economy. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Accept.
That's all. I am so grateful to my co-eco warrior, our illustrious, brilliant sponsor, Kong Joey Salceda.
Thank you.
I really appreciate your acceptance of all amendments, and deep in my heart, I knew from the very start that you would accept it because we share similar, if not the same, sustainable development agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We love the same country.
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the majority, we move to approve the amendments of the Honorable Distinguished Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the last member of Congress to give her individual amendments is the Honorable Kulyamat of party list Bayan Muna. I move we recognize the Honorable Kulyamat. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Congresswoman Kulyamat is recognized for your amendment.
Maraming salamat.
Please proceed po.
Mr. Chair, bilang pagbibigay ng prioridad sa sektor ng agrikultura, stimulus package para sa pagpapalawak at pagpapataas pa ng produksyon sa agrikultura sa pamamagitan ng sapat at kinakailangang programa, at budget sa produksyon para sa 9.7 milyong magsasaka at mangingisda, mungkahi ng kinatuwang ito ang mga sumusunod na amenda para sa panukalang batas.
Nakahanda po kaming makinig.
Talaga na?
Minumungkahing magdagdag ng probisyon para sa subsidyo ng produksyon sa agrikultura, magbigay ng 15,000 subsidyo para sa produksyon para sa 9.7 milyong magsasaka, manggagawa sa agrikultura at mangingisda.
Kasama na po yan, subalit po yung halaga ay hindi po ganon. Baka kulangin po yung budget. So, tinatanggap namin po yung idea, pero po yung 15,000 po, we respectfully decline the 15,000. But the idea certainly is most welcome.
Mr. Chair, may dagdag na mungkahi para sa magdagdag ng provision para sa cash assistance ng 10,000 para sa kagyat na relief sa epektado ng COVID sa loob ng 2 buwan para sa 9.7 milyong magsasaka, manggagawa sa agrikultura at mangingisda. Mr. Ginoong
Ano sabi?
Months at 10,000 to 9.7 million farmers.
Thank you, sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Nasa mga programa po, pero hindi po kasama, hindi po kaya ng budget yung ganun pong isang isahan na bawat isa. So, maganda, yung idea po ay nasa loob po ng batas. At, pero we respectfully decline.
Distinguished sponsor, Ginong Speaker, sa Section 7, na isama sa mga, mungkahi sa Section 7, na isama sa mga tatanggap ng wage subsidy ang mga manggagawa sa agrikultura, manggagawang bukid at fisheries workers. Pwede silang isama dito?
Kasi hindi sila critical yun.
Sa Section 7.
Doon po sa agri po, kasama po sila doon at nakapaloob po sa assistance sa Section 23 po. Nakalagay po doon yung pagbibigay po ng cash for work, letter B.
May 15 billion.
May nakalaan pong 15 billion para po sa mga magsasaka at fisher folks. Section B, page 31, cash for work. Asan ba yun?
Salamat, Ginong Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. Ginong Speaker, mungkahi din na magdagdag ng provision para sa pagpapalawak ng budget at target para sa zero interest na pautang na nagkakahalaga ng 25,000 para sa marginalized and small farmers upang maserbisyuhan ang 3 milyong maliliit na rice farmers, fisheries at agricultural workers. Ginong Speaker,
Zero ba yun?
Meron tayo po. It's part of the program.
Meron po tayo nakalaan at ginagalang po natin ang mungkahi. Subalit po yung pagtatalaga ng 3 million mismo ay may nakalaan po dito sa batas na to ang 3 billion po para sa sektor na yan sa ilalim po ng zero interest na suporta po sa mga magsasaka. So we are compelled to respectfully decline because of that fixed determination of the number of beneficiaries, which we cannot afford.
Salamat, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. mungkahi ding magdagdag ng probisyon hinggil sa pagpapasigla ng partisipasyon ng mga lehitimong samahan ng mga magsasaka at implementasyon ng programa sa agrikultura.
Aling provision po ang gusto natin pong i-amenda?
Hinggil sa pagpapasigla ng partisipasyon ng mga lehitimong samahan ng mga magsasaka sa implementasyon ng programa sa agrikultura.
Pero it's incorporated na rin. Kasama na rin.
Can you propose it as by way of an amendment, ma'am? I like the idea and I'm willing to accept it, except that we are now on the final stages of the amendment process.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Mungkahi pa rin na magdagdag ng provision para sa pagsigurado sa public transparency sa pagbibigay ng ayuda, nabigyan ng ayuda, assistance at iba pang tulong mula sa pundo ng gobyerno.
Tinatanggap namin po ang idea, subalit sana po ito ay nakapaloob sa isang pag-amyenda para po may sakatuparan po ng plenaryo ang iyo pong balak. Pero kung mamarabati po ng lahat na sa takdang panahon, yung dalawang idea na po yun ay isusulong namin sa BICAM po. At singilin ang the House of Representatives certainly agree, except that the proposal is not by way of an amendment. If it is by way, I would have accepted it. So
Maraming salamat. May dagdag pa pong provision, no, para sa paglaan ng mga tiwangwang na lupa at lupaing agrikultura na hindi ginagamit para sa kahin ng mga magsasaka, agri-worker at manggagawang bukid.
sa tingin ko, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, we can readily accept that in the implementing rules and regulations under the use of those lands, especially pertaining to agrarian reform loan condonation, and therefore one of the separate implementing rules and regulation will certainly is very amenable to your proposal. I don't want to be rejecting you time and again, but as far as I'm concerned, I've already listed 3 that I'm willing to sponsor at the appropriate time.
Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, ang huli po ko pong mensahe, ang palawakin ang saklaw ng COVID health-related response, dublihin ang budget nito sa minimum mula sa 10 billion to 20 billion para sa libreng mass testing at treatment at paramihin, paganahin at palakasin pa ang mga barangay health worker, health center sa kanayunan. Ginong Speaker, ginong sponsor.
Ang provision na to ay dagdag lang po sa mga existing programs po ng Bayanihan 11469. Sa makatuwid, yung pinopropose nyo po ay masasabi natin na ito ay additional 10 billion for exhaustive testing para po mas maging komportable, mas maging may kumpiyansa po ang lahat sa ating pong ekonomiya, lalong-lalo na po ang mga ordinaryong mamamayan.
Maraming salamat, ginong speaker, ginoong sponsor, at sa magandang gabi sa ating lahat.
Salamat po. 3 lang ang utang ko sa iyo. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there being no more other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend sessions.
Session suspended.
Dong.
Majority Leader. Question resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that I move that we approve on second reading and vote on House Bill number 6728. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 6728. All those in favor of House Bill number 6728, please say aye, and all against, please say nay. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, just to clarify,
yes,
the bill we just approved on second reading is House Bill 6815.
6728.
It's 6815, Mr. Speaker.
So, House Bill number.
That's the PESA bill, Mr. Speaker.
So, I will reiterate and I will repeat. There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 6815. All those who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we suspend for a minute, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we consider House Bill number 6865 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6865, an act mandating the conduct of baseline polymerase chain reaction COVID-19 testing for the vulnerable members of society to stop the transmission of the disease.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the Honorable Janet Garin to sponsor the bill and then proceed to interpellation and debates. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Congresswoman Janet Garin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleagues. Truth be told, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all of us, creating a disruption to our usual way of life. Everywhere outside the great halls of Congress, in the streets here in our country and overseas, and even to the very confines and so-called safety of our homes, this novel coronavirus has driven us to reconsider not just how we do things on a daily basis and the short term, but has redefined what the foreseeable future may be. Mr. Speaker, relevant studies on COVID-19 provides that 40 to 50% of cases are asymptomatic. And those that are symptomatic, 80% are mild. The asymptomatics and the mild asymptomatics continuously transmit the infection. Hence, it is essential that we widen and facilitate a reliable COVID-19 testing that is cost-efficient, available, accessible, and of course, affordable for our vulnerable members of the society. Knowing the extent of infection will allow our country's decision makers and strategists to plan accordingly. This is the reason why I filed this House measure, the proposed Crushing COVID Act, that seeks to prioritize our workers with comorbidities, healthcare workers, food handlers, public market vendors, salespeople in groceries and supermarkets, house helpers, pregnant women, workers in saloons, media people, and factory and construction workers, among others, via a cost-effective, or what is now known as a pooled COVID-19 RT-PCR testing. It ensures the safety of the people in the workplace and families in their abode as we continue to work on identifying and determining the carriers of this virus, especially those who show no symptoms at all and remain to be a serious threat to our society. This measure seeks to sustain the gains of the government in the initial lockdown as the country enters a new normal. Implement measures to contain and control the transmission of COVID-19, reduce COVID-19 mortality through early detection and management, significantly slow down the doubling time for COVID-19 infections, and most importantly, maximize government resources via a cost-effective method otherwise used as a pooled PCR testing with an option of a serologic laboratory assay. This pooled PCR testing will be an enhanced, wider-based, purposive testing designed to test a larger number of the vulnerable members of society based on robust scientific and epidemiologic data. With this, we will be able to maximize government resources. Simply said, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, if we have a population of 1 million to be tested, that will only entail 100,000 test kits, and even more, 10%. In crushing COVID, we need to have a pooled baseline protocol that is cost-efficient, helping the government save its resources and allowing us to spend on other public health important measures and giving a renewed hope to our fellow men that this too shall pass. In view thereof, I hope for the immediate approval of House Bill 6707 as substituted by House Bill 6865 under Committee Report number 333. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators from the minority and the majority, I move we close the period of interpellation and debates. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of committee amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair stands. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of individual amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the only individual who signified to give his amendments is the Honorable Belmonte. I move we recognize the Honorable Belmonte, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Belmonte is recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader. Would the author allow this representation to interpose a few amendments? Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Willingly, Mr. Speaker.
If I may proceed, Mr. Speaker. Number one, on Section 3, objectives, insert a subsection E after subsection D to read as follows. E, maximize government resources by applying cost-effective methodology and utilizing pooled baseline polymer chain reaction COVID-19 testing among the vulnerable members of society.
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
Number two, on Section 4, COVID-19 testing, insert the word pooled before the word baseline 2 times. The new sentence will now read as follows. Section 4, COVID-19 testing. The pooled baseline polymerase chain reaction testing or pooled baseline PCR testing is hereby established as the protocol for COVID-19 testing to the vulnerable members of society as defined in Section 5 of this Act.
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
Number 3, on Section 5, coverage. Insert the word pooled before the word baseline to read as follows. Section 5, coverage. The following vulnerable members of society shall undergo pooled baseline PCR testing. Mr. Speaker.
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
Number 4, on the same Section 5, subsection A, after the last word contact tracing, insert the following. However, patients or healthcare workers who are deemed to be high risk due to their exposure may be tested individually. The amended subsection A will read as follows. Patients or healthcare workers with severe or critical symptoms, mild symptoms, and those who demonstrated no symptoms but with relevant history of travel or contact. However, patients or healthcare workers who are deemed to be high risk due to their exposure may be tested individually.
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
Number 5, on Section 8, implementing rules and regulations, add a new paragraph after the first paragraph to read as follows. Provided that the protocols and algorithm shall be done in consultation and coordination with the Philippine Society of Pathologists, PSP, and the Philippine Association of Medical Technologists, PAMET, provided further that the algorithmic approach may be amended as the case may be to include antigen testing and other new validated assays to further refine the testing methods and make them more economical and scientifically sound and relevant to ensure that this act is attuned to the new scientific developments and is not outdated. Mr. Speaker,
Accepted,
Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker.
And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I may go back to Section 4, COVID-19 testing. Insert a new paragraph after the first paragraph to read as follows. As used in this Act, pooled baseline polymerase chain reaction testing or baseline PCR testing refers to the individual collection of nasopharyngeal and or oropharyngeal swabs from vulnerable asymptomatics, which are subsequently grouped into 10 or 5 samples, mixed from which mixture an aliquot is taken and tested using baseline PCR testing. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
Those are all my individual amendments, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for accepting them, Honorable Garin.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the sponsor in accepting the individual amendments of the Honorable Belmonte. Mr. Speaker, there being no more, after accepting, Mr. Speaker,
Amendment accepted, Mr. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no more individuals who manifested that they will introduce individual amendments, I move we close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Thank you, boss.
Mr. Speaker, I move we approve on second reading House Bill number 6865. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. All those in favor for House Bill number
6865, Mr. Speaker.
6865, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it. So House Bill number 6865 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we take up additional reference of business and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bills and refer on first reading, as well as communications and resolutions, and refer them to the proper committee. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General is directed to read the House Bill and House Resolution for first reading and referral for appropriate committee.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, House Bill number 6874, providing for a comprehensive policy to accelerate and harness the digital revolution to foster inclusive economic growth, sustainable development, and participatory governance by Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill number 6879, rationalizing credit financing for LGUs by amending certain provisions in Book 2 of RA number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 6880, enhancing inter-LGU cooperation by amending certain provisions in Book 1 of RA number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 6881, enhancing public financial management by amending certain provisions in Book 2 of RA number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 6882, rationalizing the functional assignments of LGUs by amending certain provisions of RA number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 6883, enhancing the use of national wealth for local development by amending certain provisions in Book 2 of RA number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 6884, amending certain provisions of RA number 11036, otherwise known as the Mental Health Act, by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 6885, requiring all national, regional, and provincial government hospitals to establish, operate, and maintain a dialysis ward or unit in their respective hospital and providing free dialysis treatment to indigent patients, by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 6886, establishing the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine for Visayas to be located in Cortes, Bohol, by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 6887, promoting the use of indigenous or native items in the production of ethanol, by Representative Savellano.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 6888, modernizing the Philippine Postal Corporation, by Representative Reyes.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill number 6889, providing safe haven for abandoned newborns, by Representative Reyes.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill number 6890, promoting sustainable and alternative modes of transportation and other mobility options by Representative Legarda.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 6891, strengthening the conservation and protection of national cultural heritage through enhanced cultural heritage education programs and cultural mapping by Representative Legarda.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 6892, allowing incineration of medical waste by Representative Reyes.
to the Committee on Ecology,
House Bill number 6893, establishing a network of pop-up bicycle lanes and emergency pathways for use during the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic by Representative Reyes.
to the Defeat COVID-19 Ad hoc Committee,
House Bill number 6894, renewing the franchise granted to Now Cable Incorporated, formerly known as the GHT Network Incorporated by Representative Nograles 1.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchises,
Committee report, report number 344 of the Committees on Basic Education and Culture and Higher and Technical Education on House Bill number 6895.
to the Committee on Rules, Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 6895 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
the Secretary General is by directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6895, an act amending Section 3 of Republic Act number 7797, otherwise known as an act to lengthen the school calendar from 200 days to not more than 220 class days.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the proponent or the author of the said House Bill, the Honorable Representative from Pasig, Representative Roman Romulo. So move, Mr. Speaker, for his sponsorship speech.
the Honorable Roman Romulo is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader, esteemed members of this chamber. Before us today is a substitute measure in order for us to allow the executive department some flexibility with respect to the opening of the academic calendar. Currently, under the law, the DepEd must begin the academic calendar sometime on the first week of June up to the end of August. This bill seeks to allow the President some flexibility because of emergencies such as what we are experiencing right now to postpone or to delay the opening of the academic calendar. And the explanatory note will also serve as the additional sponsorship measure, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that there being no interpellations, Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate.
is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader,
There being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments, committee amendments.
is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the individual amendments, period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader,
There being no individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6895 and direct the Secretary General to So move, Mr. Speaker.
all those who are in favor for the House Bill 6895, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6895 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider House Bill 6878 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6878.
Wait.
An act strengthening the implementation of the National Organic Agriculture Program, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10068 or the Organic Agriculture Act of 2010.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, the Honorable Mark Enverga.
The Honorable Mark Enverga is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I rise today to sponsor House Bill number 6878, an act strengthening the implementation of the National Organic Agriculture Program, amending for the purpose Republic Act 10068 for the Organic Agriculture Act of 2010. The bill seeks to amend Republic Act number 10068, the Organic Agriculture Act of 2010, to promote, propagate, and further develop organic farming and other sustainable agricultural practices to help attain food security. Republic Act 10068, or the Organic Agriculture Act of 2010, mandated Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards to grant official accreditation to organic certification bodies. The cost of certification is high, and there are private organizations accredited by BAFS. The cost of certification would reach up to 50,000 pesos, and even higher if the scope becomes integrated for livestock and crop production. The high cost to obtain organic certification hindered the complete success of the program. The institutionalization of the participatory guarantee system, as contained in House Bill number 6878, as an alternative and complementary tool to third-party certification within the organic sector, should be pushed. Minimal fees shall be collected from organic farm operators to have their farm produce certified as organic. Among the salient features of the bill are: undertakes a nationwide educational and awareness campaign among consumers on the benefits of consuming organic products, encourages the promotion and establishment of facilities and processing plants to accelerate production and commercialization of biocontrol agents, organic soil amendments, and other appropriate farm inputs. It reorganizes the National Organic Agriculture Board, or NOAB, to include only those who are actually and actively engaged in organic farming and other sustainable practices. It strengthens and empowers the established functional division for organic agriculture to act as a technical and administrative secretariat of the NOAB, and institutionalizes the participatory guarantee system to ensure swift certification of producers and farmers actually practicing organic agriculture. The PGS is a mechanism which small farmers, fisher folks, their farms, associations, cooperatives, and their products shall be certified as engaged in organic agriculture and as producers or organic agriculture products. This system is built on a foundation of trust, social networks, and knowledge exchange. Your honors, my esteemed colleagues, may this bill merit your consideration and approval. Your support will help realize the dreams of our organic farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Sige.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
yes. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill 6878.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader. Consider House Bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the House Bill number 6877, and the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6877, an act establishing campuses in the Cebu Technological University in the municipalities of Liloan and Bourbon, province of Cebu, to be known respectively as the CTU Liloan Campus and CTU Bourbon Campus, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the explanatory note be made as the sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there will be no more members who wishes to interpolate. I move that we close the period of sponsorship. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there will be no committee amendments and individual amendments. I move that we close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading, the House Bill number 6877. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 6877. All those in favor of the House Bill 6877, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The House Bill number 6877 is approved for second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 6589 and direct the Secretary General to read the title. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6589, an act further expanding the jurisdiction of metropolitan trial courts, municipal trial courts in cities, municipal trial courts, and municipal circuit trial courts, amending for the purpose Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Ching Veloso, the sponsor of House Bill number 6589, for her sponsorship speech. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Ching Veloso is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Majority Leader, esteemed colleagues, House Bill 6589 is a substitute bill that originates from House Bill 5527 filed by the Honorable Deputy Speaker El Rey Villafuerte, House Bill 5584 filed by the Honorable Doyle Lachon, and House Bill 5867 filed by the Honorable Jericho Nograles. This substitute bill increases the jurisdictional amounts in civil cases that are cognizable by the first level courts, namely the Metropolitan Trial Courts, Municipal Trial Courts in cities, Municipal Trial Courts, and Municipal Circuit Trial Courts. The jurisdiction of said courts is defined in Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 or the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980, which was last amended by Republic Act 7691 in 1994, and that is 26 years ago. It is thus high time for Congress to again redefine the jurisdiction of our courts in civil cases in order for our courts to adapt to the current value of our currency and the value of lands and other properties. Mr. Speaker, a technical working group chaired by the Honorable Roel Gonzaga met on February 19, 2020 to discuss the proposed bill, and they came up with a substitute measure. Present in that meeting of February 19, 2020 were Court Administrator Midas Marquez, the President of the Philippine Judges Association, Judge Felix Reyes, and the officers of the Metropolitan and City Judges Association of the Philippines, particularly Judge Don Ace Alagar and Judge Cecilia Dumlao Escalante. The court administrator, as well as the representatives of the associations of the first and second level courts, were all in agreement that the increase in the jurisdictional amounts under BP 129 is timely. It will help declog the dockets of the RTCs and increase the efficiency in the administration of justice in our courts. The salient features of the bill, Mr. Speaker, are first, the exclusive jurisdiction of the METC, MTCC, MTC, and MCTC, the first and second level courts, over all civil actions and probate proceedings has been increased from 400,000 pesos in Metro Manila and 300,000 elsewhere to 2 million pesos nationwide. The 2 million threshold is also adopted to cases involving maritime and admiralty law. Second, Mr. Speaker, for civil actions involving Title II or possession of real property, the jurisdictional threshold with respect to the assessed value of the real property has been increased from 50,000 in Metro Manila and 20,000 elsewhere to 400,000 pesos nationwide. Mr. Speaker, Section 4 of House Bill 6589 also provides for an incremental increase in these amounts, such that every 5 years upon the effectivity of this law, the 400,000 threshold will be increased by 100,000, while the 2 million threshold will be increased by 500,000. Mr. Speaker, Section 5 of the substitute bill also provides that this act will apply only to civil cases that have not received pre-trial proceedings under Rule 18. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, we believe that the aforementioned increases in the jurisdictional amounts will help the judiciary in its efforts to reform the judicial system by declogging the heavily clogged dockets of our regional trial courts, while at the same time it will ensure our first and second level courts below the threshold are speedily resolved by the first level courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, esteemed colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of committee amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
There being no committee amendments, Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of committee amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
There being no individual amendments, Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6590. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion, 6590. There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 6590. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against please say nay. The ayes have it, House Bill number 6590 as approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of House Bill numbers 6811 and 6868 and House Resolution number 910, amending Section 9 of Republic Act number 11469, otherwise known as the Bayanihan to Yield as One Act, from the Defeat COVID-19 Ad Hoc Committee to the Committee on Rules. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The change of referral is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a while ago, we have approved on second reading the act on further expanding the jurisdiction of the NTCs and the MCTCs. However, the movement has made an incorrect mention of the House Bill number. Therefore, I will make a manifestation to correct the number. And therefore, the number for the House Bill for the Act further expanding the jurisdiction of the MTCs, MCTCs, MTCs in cities, and amending for the purpose BP number 129 is the House Bill number 6589. May I therefore make that manifestation, Mr. Speaker, and make the necessary correction for the record?
That manifestation is approved. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of messages from the Senate informing the House that the Senate passed with amendments the following House bills. House Bill number 4463, extending for another 25 years the franchise granted to First United Broadcasting Corporation, presently known as Global Satellite Technology Service Incorporated. House Bill number 4582, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Gold Label Broadcasting System Incorporated. House Bill number 4583, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Broadcast Enterprises and Affiliated Media Incorporated. House Bill number 4584, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Crusaders Broadcasting System Incorporated, and House Bill number 5490, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Bicol Broadcasting Systems Incorporated. Mr. Speaker, we have been advised that the Committee on Legislative Franchises, sponsor of the said House bills, as well as the respective authors thereof, have no objections to the amendments introduced thereto by the Senate. In accordance with our rules, may I put an omnibus motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 4463, 4582, 4583, 4584, and 5490. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection with this various House Bill and for the amendment introduced? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 6599, 6610, 6654, 6756, 6768, 6803, 6815, 6816, 6817, 6834, 6864, 6865, 6875, 6876, 6878, 6895, and House Resolution numbers 789, 925, and 926 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The additional co-authors to the House Bill, the proposed House Bills, be approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Majority Leader.
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Deepak.
Speaker, I move that we suspend session until tomorrow at 3 p.m. June 2, Tuesday. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended until tomorrow at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. June 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Habol ko pa yun,